what's going on? FY My Pawn here, and welcome back to V Rising. Since we last left off, if I do recall correctly, we had managed to progress ourselves to building iron tools. We also managed to get our follower established for the first base that we have. And ultimately, we've just been slowly but surely building up our supplies and just growing in power. Of course, that's going to take time to actually get everything in order, but it's going to take time regardless, so I digress. We managed to not only do that, but we managed to get a bit of armor that will help us along the way, and we established a new base. For this stream, what we're going to be doing is I'm going to consolidate my power, essentially. So we're going to get full iron tools, we're going to get a full setup for gear, so that way we're set up for whatever comes our way. We are also going to try and focus on upgrading the base that we currently have, and we're going to upgrade the other base that we've just created, and essentially make it look nice. But I digress. Without further ado, let's get into things and see what happens. Alright, while this is loading, I guess I suppose I really should say this. I would appreciate it if you liked, subscribed, commented, and if you have anything you want to say, just let me know. I mean, I stream on 2 platforms. I might even include YouTube at this rate. At least I'm tempted, anyways, but we'll see how things go. As of right now, I'm satisfied just streaming on YouTube or Twitch and Kick for now. I digress. So as you already know, we do have a bit of iron tools already on our personage. We will need to get the vest and gloves, I suppose. Gear-wise for the upgrades. We'll let the iron process, because that's slowly but surely going to give us better gear. Frederick has done his duty, and he's gotten us a bunch of copper that we will be able to use now. That's a good thing for the future, at the very least, so good that we got it now rather than later. We'll just split these up, so that way we've got copper and iron working their loads there. Alright. Supply-wise, we're looking pretty good, but it does appear that we will have to deal with certain things here. Alright, knowledge, consumables, yeah, no, gem storage can go here, and there we go. Alright, knowledge-wise, we should definitely grab the paper, just in case. These knowledges will be pretty useless to us until we get the study. And that is a research that we currently don't have on hand, but something we can eventually learn. Okay, going by the Ring of the Warrior, we already actually have that research, so that is a bummer. I will take the time to learn another structure, because we will need the other flooring here, which I believe is Taylor flooring. That will help us along the way. Alright, let's just wait for this, and boom. We've got 33. Okay, knowledge. We should probably disintegrate the merciless gear here. May as well, right? It's not like we're using the merciless gear anymore, or at least the mace and the longbow. Okay, how are we looking on that? We should get these. There we go. Can we make anything else? We can make one more thing. Ideally, I think we should make the iron axes, because that will help wood chopping. And considering I wanted to get my hands on a bunch of stone and wood, this is probably the time to do it now, at the very least. Before we go anywhere further, though, I think it's high time that we... Yeah, no, let's leave that there, because we need to actually get into building. Okay, so material-wise, looking fine there, but I assume what we need most is brick. So let's go and quickly grab what we can, which it seems like we are lacking brick, even. So we need to get our hands on a whole bunch of stone. Alright, so we've got a few options, but I think the best option for us is to go somewhere over in... right here, actually. This area here should have stone in the mass quantities, worst case. And in addition, it also provides iron. We have to be careful, though, because the beasts there are going to be a bit more dangerous. But it's nothing that we can't handle, I don't think. Or I do think, rather. Alright, deposit those for now. We'll just have to make do with that, then. Alright, we'll take the iron axes. Those will be our safety net, essentially. And we'll just toss them into the devourer here, just to get rid of them. There you go. Alright. We're going to warp over to our new waygate here. It's just going to help us get over to here, which is good. I mean, technically we could just start clearing this place out, and it would give us stone already. Yeah, let's get the bear form, get rid of these big stones here. Well, we are going to need a stone anyway, so it's fine. There we go. There we go. Hey. At least the mallet's doing work, so that's good. Okay. Alright, that'll have to do for now, because we do want to take advantage of the night. And yeah, we're just gonna make a marker here so that we can go over there real quick. Save us some trouble. We are gonna need a new blood type though, so that might be in our best interest to get while we're going there. If only for safety's sake. Let's take the blood type of the 23 creature, I suppose. That'll give us some life regen and protection against the sun, I believe. Nope, just specifically health and health regen, which is alright. Alright, let's get going. Alright. Almost there. Almost. You know what? Let's take these. We are going to need a whole bunch of iron anyway, so all the better to get it right now. From what I've learned thus far, getting as much iron as possible is just a good thing, because we are going to need a whole bunch of iron for cages and whatnot, so getting the iron early is not a bad thing for us. Okay, there we go. Alright, here we go. Just ignore these stones for now, because we ideally want to go after these. Alright. Alright. And there we go. We get some iron ore from them, and because this is a roughly dark area, we can actually attack without too much issue. We just gotta be very careful of who we target. There we go. Yeah, we're slowly whittling them down, and hey, we're even actually getting resources for it, so can I really complain? Here we go. Hey. They're looking a little worse for wear, but nothing a healing can't fix. Ow. There we go. Heal up just to be safe. And take this out now. Okay, we're gonna focus on getting rid of these small ones first.
Material is too strong.
There we go. Nice. Okay, you are next. So I just gotta bait the, we've essentially just gotta bait them into, a weak position, then we're basically good. I am wasting my knight here, to be fair, but you never know when you're gonna need iron, so... Oh. That's hilarious.
I'm not making a dent.
There you go.
This isn't working.
Bada bing, bada boom. Easy enough, as is. And I suppose if you do have bear form, this is a good spot if you want to get some iron. Not the most ideal spot, but I mean, it's an option if you want to take out some easy prey. Assuming you have the iron already.
This isn't working. I don't have enough tools.
There we go. Great. There we are. Not bad at all. We're slowly just whittling down the enemy. There we go. Probably gonna hit daytime pretty soon here, so I'm gonna make some tracks real quick. We're gonna get done quicker. But that's to be expected. It's gonna take time to actually get all this. But hey, while we're doing this, the iron is only going to process much faster. So, we're time consuming with iron collection in order to get more iron, so we're doing our work here.
I'm not making a dent.
Here we go. And hey, we're getting a slight bit of iron. Well, we're getting a slight bit of iron. Well, not iron. We're getting stone specifically. So that's going to be helpful. There we go. So far, so good.
I'm not making a dent.
There we go. Nice. Alright. Mind you, these guys are like level 50, so I'm kind of surprised how efficiently we're dealing with them. I would have expected a bit more of a dangerous situation.
Not making a dent. The material is too strong.
Right, there we go.
This isn't working.
There we go, and done. Okay. A little bit worried on how the enemy was coming my way, but I mean, we're fine. As long as we play it safe, we're basically fine. In fact, we've almost dealt with all of the ore, so it's actually really good for us. There we go. There's a little bit of there is one enemy here, but that's fine. We can easily just clear up a shop here. I think that's an enemy anyways. I could be wrong. Just going by how the terrain looks, it just looks like one. As I figured. There we go. Alright, with that, that's all the iron basically taken out. Now we just go into bear form and deal with these massive deposits. Okay. Oh, my attack level's too low, huh? Interesting. That's the same for that deposit. Okay, so there is some ore deposits that I can't even handle. Interesting. Okay, maybe now is the time that we start getting out of here. Yeah, let's just avoid you in general. Alright, so we've now managed to obtain a whole bunch of material necessary for whatever we want, really. Okay, let's get into cover. Down a healing. Now there should be a portal somewhere around here. I forget where, though. Ah, it's over here. Perfect. This makes it convenient for us to just go back to home base and get some things smelted. And yeah, we should be good. Dunley Farmlands Waygate. Let's warp over back to our first castle. Let's see how the iron reserves are doing. Should have a lot. No, but we have a ton of copper. Alright, so we have a ton of that, so just split these. Let's build some more furnaces, I think. Alright, so production, crafting... No, we want refinement. We can make another furnace. That's 3. And we need a bit more copper ore before we can actually muster enough. So we just need to get some copper ore, which shouldn't be too hard considering our location. There we go. Did we get any seeds? I don't think we got any. Oh, no, we did. That there. Right, I keep forgetting. Tab is how we get into our inventory. Yeah, nothing. At least out here, anyways. So we need copper real quick. There should be a few veins of copper somewhere around here. I just don't know where. Here we go. This should be enough. This should get us 100 quite easily. There we go. That is 150 copper ore. That's going to nail us quite the... That should at least divvy up our furnace amount up to 4, which is usually what I go for processing. That will save us a whole bunch of time. I'd prefer something a bit larger eventually, but for now, 4 is perfectly fine. Okay, let's take out all this iron. Alright. Split up to 4s. Right. And finally, 90 across the board. There we go. And while that's working, we can put the sulfur in. That'll get us another bit of sulfur there. We'll keep the copper ore at the very least. And while that is processing, we've just basically got to keep going. Yeah, storage, consumables, knowledge, yeah, tailoring. That in, alchemy, go in there. Herbs, There we go. We'll take all these, because we can definitely put these to good use. Might as well, right? Alright, we need to go into growing pots. There we go. Because we do have a new plant, and that is cotton. Eventually we will need to get more cotton, so that will be a just growing situation there. Alright, fire blossoms. I believe they go here. Here we go. Alright, that is sorted now. Castle art's looking fine. Now it's just the objective of getting more stone, I think it was. Yeah, we've got 2,000 now, so we're doing well, but we've certainly got to do way more. Alright, let's see. What can we do here? We need to split these into a third. It's going to be 700 between plot. Okay. Done. Okay. With that, then, let's see, what can we do? I guess we can focus on building up the second floor here, because we are going to need a place for our minions. And preferably a decent-sized home for them wouldn't hurt. Castle, walls. We've got 5 walls that we can invest into. We'll just build them up like so. And while we're at it, well, once we do eventually get a place for this, we will set up a nice little alcove here for our castle's throne. For now, though, let's see, what is our minion good at? He's good at military tactics, so we preferably want to send him somewhere militarized. Okay. I guess sending him here might be worth it, but, can he actually handle it? No, he cannot. So, no point in sending him somewhere that he's gonna perish at. I guess let's send Frederick over... No, he's gonna fail there. We need somewhere safe, so I guess, unfortunately, it's gonna be here. More copper never hurts. Let the hunt begin. Alright, what is our tailoring bench looking like? Noma Cruz. Kaona. Let's go with a new outfit. Why not? Let's go for the Soma Cruz outfit. Why not? It's more so just decoration more than anything, so... Okay. And then we'll just make Alucard's gloves, because we can. We're probably going to want to make the Hunter's Cloak while we're at it. That will allow us some significant resistance against Sun, Garlic, and Silver, which will be a good starting implementation. We are going to now need to get our hands on wool thread as well. But other than that, we should be fine. Just wait for the outfit stuff to go in. We should be good. Go. While that's processing, I can go into our inventory and set this up. Go. Alright, I suppose that'll do. Although I'm not sure if I like the hat. Huh. I mean, it looks fine. With the hat, he looks kind of bald. I'm not gonna lie. So let's take that off. All right, let's take those. Alucard gloves looks pretty decent on this. Alright, and cloak-wise, I'm gonna be real, I think a better cloak is necessary. At least, cloak-wise, we're gonna need something better. So we'll just go with Alucard's cloak. Now all we need is just a bunch of wool thread. Get the wool thread, and then we're basically good. Other than that, let's go into inventory here. Dress ourselves up with some good drapes. There we go. Now we're looking a bit more professional, which is good. Style is only half the battle, after all. Yeah, so the maid scarf is definitely something we're just going to want to put away for now. We'll take the miner's mace, because we can quickly sacrifice that mace in order to get something better. So we're just going to go into Devourer, pop this in, pop this in. The mace will convert into silver, so that's good. And in order for us to get wool thread, we need to get the proper recipe for it, so... Until we actually get that, the alternative literally is just taking out minions. So... yeah, that's gonna be joy. Okay, tailoring, there we go. Alright. How's the grinding going? I would assume we're getting way more. Or it's a start. Okay. And bada boom. Okay, it is now an enclosed area. Perfect. We are just going to move our throne all the way back here. We will set up probably a... we'll find some way to make this look good as we're going through, but for now, that should be enough. We are going to need to set up a small area here, so that way we can actually get another stairwell up. Alternatively, we can actually set it so the stairwell actually goes from here upwards. And then this area can be dedicated towards whatever the heck we want. I'm thinking, I don't know. We'll have to figure something out. But we're definitely going to have to set something up. But I digress. We're doing well on the building part of things, so that's good. Alright, let's deposit those in. Sort. Alright. So, considering that, we now need to figure out what we're going to do next. So, I think it's in our best interest to figure out what we are going to target, or rather, who we are going to target next, now that we've got some better gear. Vincent would probably be the best, because we can get some prism cells, and we'd get the evolution of normal planks being reinforced planks. Christina's actually a better option, though, because we'll get inventory slots and wool thread. Pretty good. Tristan should be left last, I think. Because he can get quite dangerous. Yeah, let's focus on Christina, the Sun Priestess. She's probably the easiest of the three, in my personal, humble opinion. And it shouldn't be too hard to find her. We will have to hunt her at daytime, though, so that is the only hiccup. But she isn't hard to spot. So it's just a matter of getting her while she's least expecting it. And I've fought her before in the daylight, so it's not like it's impossible to do. It's just interesting. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, no, there she is. Can we defeat her, though? I have no idea.
I will do as the light demands me.
Okay, you are my target to feed on. Okay. Let's bait you behind cover. Okay. Drink, drink, drink. Thank you. Okay, heal up.
I will show you discipline!
Nice try.
Shining blessings!
Ow. Heal up. Okay, well, I guess, that's something. I guess she really didn't want to fight me. To the point where she's just gonna avoid me completely. Like that. Dang. Well, let's down another potion, I suppose. We do get a chance to use this, at least, so that's good. And at the very least, we'll get a better chance to fight her in cover, so there you go.
It seems you need to be taught a lesson, like any child. I will show you discipline! Shining blessings! Shining blessings!
Okay.
I will show you discipline!
Okay.
Shining blessings!
Alright, there we go.
Light,
Oh.
bring me salvation.
Yeah, so she's probably the easiest of the three to take out. That's why I went for her first. By doing this, we will get access to wool thread, which will allow us to upgrade our gear to
I feel
4%,
stronger.
which is sort of the reason I went to go for her, because getting the wool recipe is probably the most important out of the lot, at least for now. So that's sort of why I prioritized it. And by doing that, we also get a few other things. But Vincent is probably going to be our next target. Solely for the fact that we will get prison cells and the reinforced wood. So dealing with him next is probably going to be the most important. As for what we do next, I think it's in our best interest to... I think Mosquito is probably the best option out of them all. Or at the very least, the most useful option, I would say. But I digress. We get what we get, so we'll just roll with the punches. I'm gonna take what stone I can while I'm here. Although, I don't think there is any reason to not go for it. Well, whatever. It's not as important right now as taking out a few specific enemies that could be handy for us. But obviously, I suppose iron ore... Well, no, not iron ore. I suppose stone is going to be one of the most important things that we're going to need. So for now that we have the wool recipe, all we've got to do is just got to get some cloth and coarse thread, and then we can make the wool that we need. Now, how much do we need is the question. Let's see. So we need 4 wool thread. No, we need 12 wool thread. Alright, that shouldn't be too hard. Let's see, we can make... For every one, we need 4 coarse thread and 1 cloth. Okay. So, for 12... That is going to be 48 of one ingredient. We don't have enough coarse thread. We do have the cloth, or we have some cloth, but not enough to warrant making the full set of wool thread. So it might even be better if we just go hunting for more. But what we can do, for the coarse thread at the very least, is get some plant fiber and pollen. And start using that instead. So, plant fiber and pollen. There we go. I will only use the plant fiber for now, and then we'll get the pollen in. And then, of course, we're going to need to get some proper leather in, so that will allow us to make the cloth that we need. We don't need this recipe. We don't need this recipe or this recipe just yet. So yeah, we're just going to prioritize these. And 1 more wool thread, and that should be it. And then we'll do the rest in leather and whatnot. Alright. Put that away there. There you go. Let's quickly get some leather here. This will help our surplus, at the very least. Toss the leather there. Alright, that's going to make the coarse thread that we need. We can make the 3rd set of an outfit here. Actually, we're down a wool. So we actually need 1 more. So let's just temporarily... make some more wool thread there. There we go. Just need that last one, then we can make a third piece to this outfit. And then we'll have the full Hollow Fang gear set, which will be good enough for us. At the very least, a damage reduction will be nice, so that's probably one of the few advantages we'll go for. Okay, there we go. Alright, coarse thread and leather. Alright. Make the Hollow Fang chest guard. We'll let that process over there, so that'll take some time. Put in whatever materials we don't need. There we go. And nicely done. Alright. Alright, now it's time for Frosty. And I do believe he's on the east, or the westernmost part of the farmlands. And before we do actually fight him, we are actually going to need to do some prep. So, first and foremost, we are going to want a defensive skill. So we're actually going to rock the Ward of the Damned. This is mainly to protect us against his charges, I do believe. So having something defensive will make our lives 100 times easier. That is why I'm going through the effort of doing it this way. Fighting him in a certain area is also going to be key, so if we fight him, we're going to need to make sure we fight him in a forested area. That way we can avoid the majority of the damages that he can cause. I know this from experience. That's why I'm saying this. But yeah, no, the Vincent can be quite difficult, I believe. His charges are probably the worst thing that will get us. But we should be fine. There we go. Go, and now for you. We want to take your blood type. That is a 78 rogue, so that will certainly help against Vincent, I dare say. Let's see. Specifically, we get tier 3 loot. Or tier 3. So increased physical critical chance, physical critical power. We got increased movement speed, and we gain additional speed when striking a killing blow. Not so useful for us, but the movement speed is good enough. Ow. Not a potion. Alright, we're close now. Okay. We should be imminent in a short while here. Very close. I suppose I could, like, ride it out with my wolf form, but... Okay, so he's actually in here, which is not good. Preferably, I would have loved if he was wandering around. But I guess, luxury is not gonna make that work. Go. Okay.
Militia guard! Behind me!
Okay, ow. I'm boned. Yeah, no, it's actually good that he ran. That will save us some trouble. And we're slowly whittling away at his guard, so that alone is good enough. If we eliminate the in-combat buff, we'll get some healing, but alas, that's fine. There we go. Okay.
Good luck getting through my shield, fiend.
Okay. Okay. All right. Nice try. Okay, I had a feeling that he might have. Okay, heal up.
I feel a chill coming on.
Okay. Okay, there we go.
I feel a chill coming on.
Right. Oh no.
I feel a chill coming on.
Alright. I was right to play safe.
I feel a chill coming on.
Nice try.
I feel a chill coming on.
Alright. Ow!
I cannot
Damn.
go on.
He really got me with this shield. I should have played it safer. Damn. But I mean, I nearly got him. That's just how close it is. But yeah. No, it does mean that as long as you have cover, you can kite him and take him out. Like he is surprisingly easy right now. That said, we are doing this with iron gear, so that makes it 100 times easier, among other things. Coupled with the fact that, you know, we've got healing, we're playing it smart, we actually got a shield that we're using, So we are playing into various factors that will be helping us. Okay. But hey, we're doing good. That's the important thing. Now, if we play it slightly smarter, then we'll basically be golden. All we've got to do is just got to kite him around this circle here, and we will win. It's a matter of time more than anything. And now that it is actually getting nighttime, it's going to be way
If you want
easier.
to cause trouble, you're going to have to go through me.
Nice try. Yeah.
I feel a chill coming on.
Okay, down a potion.
I feel a chill coming on.
Are you kidding?
Death is not the end.
Damn. Dude just really wollywopped me, like, again. Damn it. That sucks. That really does suck. Because, like, I can take him out, like... It is very much possible to take him out with that whole setup. You just have to get him to circle around. And even then, like, as long as I delay it long enough, like, I can do this. God, I can't believe I... That shield barrier thing, is the only thing stopping me from victory. If it weren't for that, I'd be in the, I'd basically be done by now. Alright, well, whatever. It's no big deal. We got this. I mean, I've done it multiple times before, it's just, you know... At this point, it's more just a skill issue on my part. Once it's done, so it's no big issue, no big deal. Alright. Take all. We just gotta lock in. Hello. We'll use this as cover now.
Let's show them why you don't mess with the militia.
Oh, I nearly thought you were, Alright. Right.
I feel a chill coming up.
Ow. Okay, down a potion.
I feel a chill coming up.
Nice try. Ow.
feel a chill coming up.
Okay. Oh, nearly.
I feel a chill coming up.
Right. Ow.
I feel a chill coming up.
Alright, there we go. I nearly died there, but whatever.
You won't get away with this.
Oh, God. Had to really lock in there, but we're doing well. We're doing well. That's good enough for me. And for that, you get Crimson Templar leggings, get a whole bunch of stuff. Can't be bad. Can't be bad. Alright, let's see. We get the Prison Cell, Prison Framework, Reinforced Plank, and of course we get a Tier 4 Frost spell. And going into Frost, let's see. We get the Veil of Frost. We dash towards input direction and elude nearby enemies for 2.2 seconds. Your next primary attack heals you for 5% of your maximum health, and shields you for 70% of your spell power and inflicts chill. Comparatively to this one, which gives us... triggers a Nova Blood that deals 20% magic and drains 20% of health and inflicts leech. So, Veil of Blood is good for healing. Veil of Frost is a good chill spell. Assuming we use it. Amplifies the effects of all shields applied to you by 8%. That's not bad. We'll put these back. Honestly, I kind of like the Frost. It might even be good to combine Frost and Chaos at this point. At least that's what I'm thinking right now. Everything goes, really. But anyways, let's see. V-Bloods. Tristan is next on our list. Next to Sir Irwin, the Gallant Cavalier. We'll track Tristan, but we won't go to him yet, because we need to settle on making prison cells. And we also need to trap the blood from a prisoner. If we can do that, that's going to make our life 100 times easier. If not even easier. What we will do, though, is we will... I believe we need to go over here in order to get our next zone. We'll ignore Christina, because, I mean...
In the name of luminance.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to beat... Well, we can beat her, I just don't want to. There's no reason to. Not this moment, anyways. In fact, we already beat her, now I think about it, so what am I saying? We preferably want to avoid the garlic areas, so... And we especially want to avoid Simon Belmont. Yeah, so he's probably the most dangerous foe out of them all. We're definitely not in a situation where we can actually beat him confidently. Although I suppose if you have enough health and you're skilled enough, anything's possible. But specifically against Belmont, we're just not. We're not built to fight him. Yeah, no, we need to wait late game for that, so... Although, I do believe he's one of the few enemies that give a recipe for his weapon. I could be wrong. It's been a while. Regardless, that is not a worry for right now. Alright, the loon's doing well. Alright, let's start doing wool thread here. That should be enough wool thread to get us the last bit of gear. I could be wrong, though. There we go. Just toss everything in here. Chaos Volley. Is this better than what we've got currently? Let's see. Hitting the target afflicted by Ignite engulfs the target in agonizing flame, dealing 3% damage and healing self for 9% of your spell power 5 times. Versus the alternative, which is 5 damage and healing self for 11% of your spell power. So this one's just a weaker version of the one we've currently got. So that's a recycle. Let's see. We'll just leave that to process. How is our iron doing right now? Iron's up to 25. That's really good for us. That's 103 iron that will be allowed to be made. Let's use 3/4 of it. We're going to put 1/4 away. We're going to take the wood, take the stone, and let's take the planks. Alright, split. There we go, put those away. Now, if I'm correct, in the sawmill, it is... Alright, so it's 4... Okay, so we can get up to 24, so... There we go. And with this, it's just a same value. Four. 24. There we go. That should get us at least 15 or so planks. That'll at least get us our first cage, which is exactly what we want. To that end, though, we should definitely start prepping what we need for the next cage, though. So before we go any further, what we want to do is we're going to want to get some more... We need to get our empty water skin supply back. Let's see, consumables, here we go. We'll take this, we'll take... Yeah, we just need that, and then we need the rose. Or blood rose, rather. Alright, there we go. We can only make 6. It's not ideal, but it'll have to do. Alright, put the consumables away there. There we go. Not perfect, but this healing is going to be needed. Alright, so before we do anything more, we actually want to go to the Church of the Damned here. So let's actually take this, and let's go make what we need. Go to herb storage, put that away. There we go. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to make the gloves. Alright. That is what we need, right? Yes, gloves. Okay. That's going to get us the 46 there, and this will bring us to its full conclusion. Imperial. But, we're actually going to change our target here. Specifically, I want to target... Where is she? Or where is he, rather? Yes. We want to target the Shadow Priestess. The reason I'm going for the Shadow Priestess early is strictly because of the Dust Collar. Getting the Dust Collar is going to be a fantastic tool, and it will also allow us some jewel crafting material in order to prep us for creating some high-end jewelry that we are probably definitely going to need. So we'll save these 2 Warlock vestments for the future. I'm saving them because we are definitely going to be using them for the future. Corrupted Skull, we don't have the recipe for yet, so we'll just leave that as is. Alright, but we're basically on the precipice of being finished, so... Alright, so gear is 47. It's not perfect, but for what we need it for, it's perfectly fine. And because it's nighttime, we actually do have the advantage of it being early enough that we can actually go here without too much of a hassle. We are running low on blood, so eventually we will have to, of course, to a degree. There we go. Alright. Now, hopefully, this shouldn't be too hard of a fight. I mean, the enemies here are pretty simple. But we do need to take these guys out. Nice. Okay, I don't see anything, chest-wise. So we're fine to start with. Oh, there we go. Here we are. Nice. Okay, let's slip over to here. Grab all this. That is actually really good for us. So, getting the Scourge Stone early will save us the trouble of actually having to get it when we need it later. Alright. There we go. I had to clear up some of the enemies at least before I continued. Are nice, cleaned and dealt with. Getting the glass is probably the best of the lots, but of course we're running on thick time. Well, not thick time. Why did I say thick time? I have no idea why, but we're running on thin time is what I meant to say. So the sooner we get this done, the better. Go. There we go. Grab that. And yep. If we manage to defeat What's-Her-Face here, then this is going to make things a whole lot easier. Alright, so for her, it's just playing dodge.
The darkness is my ally.
Okay, so that's actually how you deal with them. Ow.
Do you
Okay.
hear? They're
Ow.
coming.
Okay, heal. Ow. Okay. There we go, got her. Are you kidding?
It's not the end.
Okay. Casually just defeating me right at the feet. But that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Alright. We at least beat her. That's the important thing. So now we just gotta collect our corpse. And of course, collect her. But doing so, we've actually managed to secure ourselves an early lead in gear. We just need to make sure that we get it in time. We are running on fumes, though, so I'm worried about that. But I will tolerate it for the sake of getting this blood type. It's just a small... We're just playing a bit of risk here, essentially. But hey, if we get it, we get it. So, the sooner we get it, the better. Alright. We just gotta pray that she's not going down, so... Please still be down. I assume you are. Yes, you are, thank goodness. Gotcha. Fine. Okay. Alright.
Taste of knowledge.
Okay, nice. We really lucked out there. And just for the sake of not dying of blood loss, we'll just take the heart, even though it's not efficient. But we did manage to get Sanguine Coil and Arctic Storm, whatever that is. Alright. Alright, so I think the only thing now is that we just need the Scourge Stone. We can get the Scourge Stone from the furnace, but the Scourge Stone pendant is definitely going to be a useful tool for us. We also managed to get an Unholy Point, so that's nice. As for what we decide to learn, I guess the best choice would actually be Bone Pile or Bone Explosion. As weird as it seems, it's actually a very useful tool. Let's see. It's similar to how Ice Nova acts, but instead of chill, it inflicts condemn, which is pretty good. We actually get an increased health regen because of this as well. Increases the rate at which you regenerate health out of combat by 15%. Pretty good. Ah, I missed that. I should grab that real quick. That might be the difference between not getting enough Scourge Stone and actually getting enough. That's actually worth fishing for if we can get it. Is there anything down here worth grabbing? No. Have to double check just to be sure. You never know. Okay. Grab this. That is nothing worth grabbing, but still, it's something. Alright, let's go back to base. Really, I should probably set up a coffin here as well, just for the sake of, making sure I come back here with these. It might be worth it, at the very least, to have a few coffins here and there. Don't really need the horse. That is an 82 blood. Alright. That's an 82 percenter. We'll grab that. Not a bad idea. And now we just need to tap blood from a prisoner, and to do that, we actually need glass blowing as a recipe as well. So yeah, yet another thing that we need to actually prep before we can actually get further down the quest line here. Not that we need to, we're more focused on renovating and all that, so... First, let's put some stuff away. There we go. We'll take this, the Pendant of the Warrior. Oh, this is a study thing. Alchemy, we're up to 5 of the 8s, I think, we need for Scourgestone. Let's see. Production, crafting. Here we go, Artisan table. That's going to require Greater Blood Essence. Do we have Greater Blood Essence on hand? No, we do not. But we do have enough Unsullied Hearts to make it happen. So if we go in here... not the Alchemy table, but the Blood Press. Toss those in. We want to prioritize the Greater Blood Essence first. Just getting one should be enough. God, we still gotta clean up this, don't we? That's fine. But what we can do is take out the bricks. There we go. We can also take out the planks here. Actually, before we do anything, we can actually make something that I did want to make. This is going to sacrifice for the Scourge Stone that we're looking to make, but considering we can't actually make anything with it just yet, or we can't make the necklace just yet, that might just be the best purchase that we can do. Alright, prison cells. As it stands, we've got 5 cells, so we might as well use them for the occasion. There we go. 5 out of the 20 that we can get, which is perfectly good. To that end, let's go into Castle. We can build some more stuff here. For here... Oh, right. First, we need foundation, right? Let's see. Crypt flooring. Alright, so we got treasury, forge flooring. We've got crypt flooring. I believe we need crypt flooring for this occasion. No, we need prison flooring before we can actually do that. Crypt flooring is meant for... minions, I guess? Let's see. Crypt flooring, yes. So we need crypt flooring for the servants. So we're actually going to take you with us. And we're going to bring this up to the 2nd floor. That way we can actually build a spot for the servants. So let's go into Castle. Foundation. Crypt flooring. We're going to go Catacomb design. There we go. Here we go. And then we will build... Alright, not castle. Well, no, we need castle. We go to walls. Ancient Symphony Gate. Make sure that's locked. So when Frederick does come back, he will be back in here. And while I'm at it, we can go into production. Servant coffins require greater blood essence, so we will need the greater blood essence on top of that. But obviously we can't make it right now, so no point in trying. But what we can do is take this, and we can make ourselves not a servant coffin, but crafting-wise, we just need... Right, we need scourge stone and iron ingots, so that is another thing on top of it. We only have 1 iron, unfortunately, but that said, we do have 4 furnaces working overtime, so it won't hurt to get all that. There we go. So now we've got the iron, we just need the scourge stone, which is always going to be a pursuit of a chore. And in order to get scourge stone, we can either smelt it or we can gather it somewhere. So in order to make it, we need grave dust and whetstone, so that's actually really easy to make. So if we go here... Alright, so I believe it's an alchemy, so grave dust... And then for the whetstone, we go in here. There we go. It's a 3-to-3 recipe, so it's actually pretty easy to make. Okay. Let's see if they prioritize this, though. That's the question, isn't it? Oh, here we go. No, it does not prioritize the whetstone. So you know what? It might even be better to just ignore this process and make a new one entirely. So what we'll do here is... Yeah, so we're going to put this against a wall here. Crafting-wise, no. Don't need refinement-wise. We need more stone, but if we get the stone, then there you go. So that shouldn't be too hard. I mean, it's just getting stone outside. It should, as long as we take out 1 node, we should be good. But yeah, no, we're in desperate need of stone in order to build more, it seems. Yep, just close that. I'm gonna make this a temporary thing. But, putting this here, there we go, that's gonna get a stirred stone. It's gonna be a slow process. So in the meantime, what we can do is we can go and, seek out some actual prisoners that we can, bring back. Elixir of the Prowler. A brew that increases movement speed by 4% and Veil cooldown rate by 7% for 60 minutes. That could actually be really good. Oh, that's an amazing elixir. What? Okay. Let's start breaking these doors down, because we no longer need them as much. Preferably, I'd like to use normal doors at this point. So, castle... yeah, we just need to use actual normal doors, so... There we go. Really, I should light this place up. So maybe that might be a good idea. Decoration... No, lighting. Here we go. We got flare scones in there, so let's do verdant candle stones. Yeah, we're just gonna light this place up a little bit. There we go. That looks a bit better. So yeah, that has the orange. We're gonna do a... Let's do a teal color in here. Specifically, we're looking at... Let's do flare scones for this. There we go. A nice comfy room for the... That's comfortable for the furnaces. This is basically covering the thing. This is just lighting for the main corridor. Of course, we're going to have to clear it up a little bit, so that'll come in time. But everything is just coalesced into everything, so there you go. We should probably split these and get them grinding. Okay. Alright, that's close enough. Here we are. And we'll put the Greater Blood Essence away for now. In Alchemy, I believe it is. Here we go. Took a bit of effort, but we got it. Alright. We're doing good on that, so all we just need to do now is secure ourselves a top quality prisoner. And to do that, we'd need to go out anyway, so I think it might be in our best interest to go to the Haunted Iron Mine and secure ourselves a scythe. Because by God, do I want a scythe at this point. It is the farming tool that will help us so much. In order to do that, though, we're going to need to go hunting. But, yeah. There is naturally a few targets that we have to go through. So, yeah. No, we're just going to go after this guy, I suppose. Grethel is also going to be needed because we need the recipe for Blood Rose, but glass is definitely the most important. But, we're going to take out Free. Free comes first. If only because I really want a scythe, and I'm getting tired of the spear. Filling a slot that doesn't really need to be used. Yeah, let's just go over there. Gonna take some effort to deal with Krieg, but, I mean... It's no different from actually dealing with, the archer. I mean, hey, if we luck out, then we should be fine. Let's see. Oh, and hey, if we get lucky and find a high-quality minion on top of it, then we suffer no losses. I'd mainly use them for blood types, though, if we're traveling through here anyways. We'd need to get some cages for up here as well. So that's going to be a chore and a half when we do eventually get to it. Alas. We'll be fine. So all we gotta do is just jump the gate here. Here we go. Here we go. Dealt with those guys pretty easily. Hey, even a chest here. Yeah, not a fan of the skeletal mages, but I mean, you get what you get, right? At least we'll get some more iron, which on top of everything is just going to be really good. So having a steady supply isn't bad. And I mean, hey, we're always going to need more iron. That's an inevitable fact. Alright. Here we go. I think I prefer the freeze in this instance, but I could be wrong. Not sure. Should I stick with freeze or should I go with the condemn? Because both are tempting in their own rights. I don't know. Well, I'll get what iron I can from this. There's no harm in doing an iron run. Oh, hello. Ah.
Luminance, I will your
Oh,
power.
bugger.
Bless this shot.
Okay. Up.
Bless this shot.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Now we're starting to heal. Yeah, that could have been bad. Alright, what are you gonna do? We actually want to follow Meredith here, because she's gonna lead us over to the big boss, really. And worst case, if she doesn't, well, that's fine. But having her take the lead here is actually gonna help us a lot, so there is no harm in letting her just go, because we'll be able to actually send her to deal with Krieg. You want to know the funny thing, though? Meredith is supposed to be defeating Krieg, but ever since I've seen her, she hasn't
My arrows
won
strike through.
against
My face
Krieg
is
in the
unshakable.
slightest. Which is weird. Like, you'd expect a higher level archer to get Krieg dealt with, but no, it's not. Krieg just gets his butt mollywopped. Well, no, Meredith, rather, gets mollywopped by Krieg. I assume it's with how Krieg attacks and how he fights. Which, no, it makes sense. If an archer gets up close and personal with an enemy, of course she's gonna go down. But still, it's confusing to me.
My arrows will strike through. My faith
I
is
mean, I'm not
unshakable.
complaining.
Bless this
It
shot.
just means that it's gonna be easier for us to take. Well, it's just gonna be easier on us if she takes the blows. And hey, once we do get to that position, we can actually bait her into attacking Krieg. I'm assuming Krieg is in his position, which he is from the looks of it. So just do a right bit of bait, and there you go. Okay. Alright, let's go. Do this.
The luminance has guided you to me. I must do this.
Oh, Krieg.
You will make a fine addition to my army.
Alright, there we go. let them duke it out for a bit. There we go.
Bless this shot. Guide my arrow. For luminance. Bless this shot.
All right.
Light. I am
Nice try. All right. Ow. Okay, let's pop some healing. Oh, whoops. All right. All right, nice try. Okay. Ow. Okay. All right. Nearly. Dang. Oh, okay. Dang. All right. Damn. That explosion got me. Yeah, no, I lost to a few minions. That's really all it came down to, huh? Ah, well. Okay, well, I just need to get better. That's all it comes down to. That is most certainly a skill issue. But I mean, hey, we're real close, so it's clear that we are ready for him, ready to deal with him. We are just not doing that good a job. To be fair, I wasn't healing midway through, so that's kind of on me. Plus, I was taking some stupid hits, so I didn't really heal when I needed to, which, coupled with the fact that I was not dodging well, only resulted in my loss, so... Then again, to be fair, I don't find a good spot to heal when it comes to drinking those flasks, so... It's really only on me. I really should be drinking the flask, so come on. Let's just get going as soon as we quickly can. Get behind cover. Alright, so 82% is not bad. Alright, so now that we know what we need to do, we just need to deal with Krieg properly, so...
For the ever-living!
Hello. We'll just avoid Krieg for a moment here, so that way we can get everything that we need. That was pistols, wasn't it? Hello. Alright, let's see. Gear-wise, here we go. Let's actually deal with Krieg properly now. Now, will he fight the archer is the question, because that would also matter a lot. But, we're actually gonna fight him here.
Another soul for my collection.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Whoops. Oh dear, nearly. Okay. Ow. Okay. Heal up. Okay. Okay. Nearly. Okay, nearly. Okay. Okay. Cool.
Death is inevitable.
Yeah, so I managed to do it. It just took a lot of focus out of me. But I mean, that's just the fights here, right? Like, yeesh.
New knowledge acquired.
At least we dealt with Krieg. That's going to give us the tools that we require in order to, well, get what we need, really. But, yeah, no, we've dealt with Krieg. That's going to give us some necromancy stuff, so that'll be nice. We get a tier 2 unholy point. We get scythes. We get some castle doorbells. And skeleton priests. I guess we can target Tristan now. No harm, no foul. Ow. Okay. Overall, did quite well there. Can't be bad, can't be bad. Let's see, what did we get? We get Death Knight, which is nice summon, we get Soul Burn, and then we get Unholy Chains. This is a new spell. Launch a chain that shackles a target, hit, reducing the movement speed by 10 to 30 based on distance. The target. Channel spell for up to 1.7 seconds. Deals 260% magic damage and inflicts condemn when the effects end. Drain life from up to 3 nearby enemies, dealing 50% magic damage, reaching 100% health. This is a good heal, if we want to use it. It is an area of effect. I guess I could try it, see what it's like. Oh, that's a horrible spell. Well, I mean, if you're going melee, it's actually really goated. But, for us, which don't rely on AO, or, that sort of stuff, not the best. We will use Mosquito. We can do things like that. Alright, but I think we're done here. Managed to get a decent surplus, but the scythe was the main reason that we came here, so... Our reasoning to stay has subsided. And now we just get out of here before things go rough. Does it have their cooldown? Okay, so I suppose Mosquito is really good because you will get cooldown reduction when you use the mysticism. So there is merit to using it, especially on a group, because you'll be able to spam more spells out. So the cooldown alone is worth it, I do believe. That said, we still need to find a good blood type, so we're always going to be looking. Well, for a prisoner blood type, rather. There's a distinct difference. Yep, go up here. I mean, we could just go straight to a village and see what we find, to be fair. That might be worth it, but for now, let's just focus on, well, I guess we'll quickly peek here, see if there's anything. I don't think there would be, but you never know. Who knows, we might get lucky. Let's see, do we luck out? I don't think we will. Yeah, I don't see anybody on the top of my scale. There was like a 52 blood, but that's not really ideal. I'd like to get a 90 plus, if I can. Because the 90 plus will do us a lot of good. But I digress. Not that big a deal. We're not looking to complete it just yet, so... Let's just deposit what we can here. In fact, let's grab this. There we go. Pop that there. There we go. There we are, and... done. Like that. Then we'll deposit the loot as intended. We got Race Spear here. Hitting an ally shields them for 100% of your spell power. We don't have allies currently, so this is kind of pointless. As much as I want it to be useful. It's just one of those things that's like, eh. Oh well. Anyways. Let's see. What was I doing? Alright, I think I was trying to get more minions. No, I was trying to get more stone. Actually, no. Specifically what I wanted here, at least in this instance, is get an artisan table. Alright, we're gonna put one right here for now. And, yeah, here we go. Scourge Stone Pendant. The exact thing that we need. It's gonna be obviously more expensive because we lack the jeweler's chamber flooring. But for a Scourge Stone Pendant that gives a slight boost to spell power, this is very much gonna be needed. If only for the fact that we're gonna get some high damage out of it. What does, hold on. What does the mosquito do anyways? Alright, weakens your enemy to reduce their damage output. Okay. Phantasm. Reduces your spell cooldowns by 1 and grants 1 spell charge gain. The effect stacks up to 10 times and is removed once you successfully reset cooldown. This is not as ideal as I was thinking it might be. Condemn your enemies, increasing all damage dealt to them by 15%. Condemn is probably going to be better, because once we apply a Void, that's going to deal even more damage, so... It's actually better to go with Bone Explosion. Yeah, so the Bone Explosion will weaken them, and then we'll deal extra damage because of the Void. And yeah. Once we get that amulet, we're basically good on... Yep, we're now got an upgrade up to 50. There you go. We will stow this away, much like the others. Alright. I guess the only other thing now is to get better healing, I'm thinking. Oh, right, and we did need to make the scythe. Alright. The Iron Reaper, here we go. And let's see. Alright, that's a whole bunch of herbs. Didn't get any... Didn't get lucky on the whole material thing. Well, that's fine. But a small price to pay. Okay, herb storage, put those away. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can't find ourselves a minion that can support us a little bit. We need a high-quality minion, preferably. And ideally, any sort of blood type will work, but... Let's see, what's the most populated area? I guess the best place would be to go to the Bandit Stronghold, because that way we can get ourselves a minion that's... Well, any high-quality minion system would be good, because if we get duplicates, then we can convert them into servants. So, there is merit to each one, for each method that we go through. We are running low on blood, so we will need to swap to a different blood type. So we'll just swap blood types here with a 47 warrior. Not perfect, but it gets the job done. And hey, we'll get paper, so that alone is another incentive here. There we go. 8 for... Yeah, no high quality bloods. Okay. That's a 78 warrior. That's not bad. Yeah, let's just grab what we can here. A 78 warrior. I mean, that's a good type to get blood for, so I guess we can just take him out. Alright, let's take his blood type when we get a chance. There we go, 78. 38 worker isn't bad, but not good enough. 5, 3, 3. Nothing good yet. Alright, 5, 14, 7. Yeah, none of these really stick out. Okay. Still nothing, huh? At least there's numbers of random odds and ends that we can grab. That will be helpful. Some here, some there. 5%, 2%. Okay. Yoink. Ultimately, we're doing well. Not finding what we're looking for, though. No 90%ers yet. Although, we'll know we're looking for, we're finding a good blood if we get, like, glow, so there is visual cues. So it's just a matter of finding that visual cue that will push us over the edge. A Brute 81 would be a good start, I suppose. Alright.
The mortal mind, you are mine to control.
Alright.
Your mind is mine.
Send you back.
This cell is just for you.
Alright, so that's a decent route to start out with. Not necessarily the best of the best, but for an 80%er, that's actually pretty close to what we want. Now, will he permanently be a minion of 83%? Probably not. I'll probably make him chug certain resources in worst case. If things don't go the way I like them to. But hey. It's fine. Now, I don't think that the Bandit King is gonna have any minions that are 100%, but I'll check just to be sure. I don't see any, so no point in fighting him. But yeah, no, there's no reason to fight him if he doesn't have the minions for it, so no point in trying. to engage with them. Alright. But yes, that's that area done. Let's see, what else? We can go to this bandit camp now. See if there's anything there. If not, no big deal. We can always look for more. And we'll just keep going until we find what we're looking for. Okay. I don't think I've seen this camp before. Okay, so far, so good. Hey. Alright, 28 trapper is not enough. Rogue 3, 5, 9. Okay, 5, 16, 1. Hey. That's right. I believe I tried axes, and it actually is pretty good. At least in combat, anyways, if you do it right. Oh, well. See, grab this. Nothing too crazy here. Just a bit of stone dust here and there, nothing too crazy. Alright. So, this camp didn't yield anything. I guess we can go to the logging camp next. At the very least, we'll get some wood, which is pretty nice. These guys are pretty useless, so no point in facing them. That is Rogue 50, Warrior 19. Nope. I guess we're just not lucky this time around. Poe is not the individual I was expecting to be lucky. Although he might be in the end, who knows. Worker 3, Worker 4. I guess this is how you're going to get workers. Alpha, no. Worker 2, Warrior 5, Creature, yeah. None of them really stick out as good. Brute Warrior. That is a Warrior 67, that's alright. Yeah, none of them really stick out as a good choice. Okay, where else do we go from here? Wolf Den is probably not ideal, so we'll just go to this bandit camp over here. Run past skeletons. That is a Warrior 71. Do I really want to try it? I should probably get this warrior, shouldn't I?
Minds are so
Let's give it a go.
in my grasp.
Alright, you.
Bend to
We're
my
sending
will.
you back into the kennel. At the very least, we got a 71.
Enjoy your stay.
It's not ideal, but it will be better than nothing. Alright, so 71 has been claimed. We can go to the trapper camp now. We've got some copper coins, so we might be able to secure a flooring recipe if we're lucky. Not sure if we have enough coin is the thing.
Wanna try?
Let's see. Forged flooring. Yeah, we've already got forged flooring, so we don't need more. We'll sort that for now, and let's go hunt. Let's see what we can find here. Alright, none of them really strike me as a good target. Alright, so it seems like a bone explosion is definitely going to carry us when it comes to distractions. Then again, it also does more damage for us, so that's good. We're 16, Brute 6. There we go. Okay, nothing so far that looks good enough to warrant grabbing. Grab all this from this chest here. Doink. What is this? We got Shadewalker Greaves, we got Power Surge. Nothing really useful. Warrior 54. Nope. Take him out with pretty much ease. Okay, anything here? Okay, nothing worth grabbing. Let's see. Warrior, Rogue. Rogue isn't that bad, but it's still not really good. Okay. I really gotta get out of the habit of using, Void Burst. I'm so used to using it, that's the thing. Alright. It's way better to just use the, bone explosion first, and then the, others. At least we're getting a whole bunch of chests here. So the loot is definitely, coming well. I guess I can go deal with her. See how far we've
Winter's
come.
come early. You better be prepared.
Freeze!
Yep.
Stupid. I messed up.
Yeah. That was an easy fight. Okay, so yeah, no. Obviously we're getting better. But then again, just an
I feel
incremental game at
stronger.
this point. Alright. So far so good. We got Fat Goby. That's a good fish. Okay, yeah, no, nothing really worth grabbing here. Alright. Yeah, I don't see any minions that will, meet the requirements that we want. Alright. Rogue 1, Rogue 3. pretty much just, meh. Alright, well, let's just head back then. We got what we came here for, and that's a... Oh, hello. I am curious about one thing, though.
Minds are you are
We can dominate animals. There we
Your
go.
mind is mine to control.
Okay, so yeah, no, they've actually done it. They've actually decided to allow you to charm animals. Okay, that's
you
a good
look
thing.
right at home.
That means we now have a creature blood, and very easily to boot. Very good. I was admittedly worried. I was curious, and it paid off. The curiosity paid off. It might just be the fact that it's only bears that you can tame, but if not, then that means we've basically secured the best possible blood types for right now. Although it would be very funny if you could turn the bear into a minion. That'd be pretty awesome, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah. For now, let's feed the prisoner. We've got supplies, that's for sure. And I guess everything in our treasury is basically going to be used to supply food to our minions, so it's not a huge deal. We do actually have bottles, I believe. So we're not lacking when it comes to material that we need to use to heal our minions here. As for what blood type we're going to go for, I'm going to go with the highest blood type. But we're going to need to heal them first, so... Let's just give them each a fat goby. 30 seconds worth. And specifically, we're going to take blood type from this. This takes 30 to 60 HP. Increases misery by 10 to 20 because we're just tapping specifically this blood. But, eventually we'll dumb down the pain for minions. But, by extracting the blood, it's gonna make us a lot, or it's gonna give us prisoner flooring, which will make our lives 100 times easier when it comes to dealing with minions here. Okay, Wayne. Alright, there we go. 89% blood type with creature. He did suffer quite a bit, so we're gonna give him 2 of these snappers here. Alright, let's go into castle. We are gonna need to build a room for these guys in order to benefit from its new abode and whatnot. Or I need to make a new room for them in order to benefit from what they are currently getting. Let's see. What can I do here? Let's put this away. What did I need to do? Right, stone. Give me a second while I actually do a Google search. I'm actually curious to see if there's a good, stone mining spot for V-Rising. 1 second. Let's see. Near the initial spawn teleporter on the western side of Farbane Woods, in any mine or quarry with a high number of stone deposits. Pretty obvious, yeah. Aggro stone golems near Tria's stone node. Okay. And use the wolf transmutation dodge them. Okay, so in any mine or quarry with a high number of stone deposits. That doesn't really help narrow them down. But I do know of what they're talking about. So if we go over to the teleporter and we teleport over to, say, this one, as an example, right? There's actually graveyards. And what these graveyards are known for is actually graves. So getting stone from these areas is actually pretty easy. I suppose this is like the best way we're going to get what we're looking for. Yeah. So yeah, no, if we break the graves with our iron mallet, that should be plenty of stone. We also get plenty of bones, so that's nice. Right? Yeah, so just dealing with these areas gets you stone. This is, mind you, the simplest method in order to get stone. If we want to get more stone, we have to get some stone golems, right? We need to find a cave that has stone golems. And preferably a lot of stone with it. Is the bandit copper camp? Bandit camp. Where is a good spot for them to be, huh? I guess that's really the deciding factor here, huh? I mean, I guess I'll go to the other area, see what I can find. But we're definitely going to need to find more stone. Next best spot is to go over to here. The hidden cemetery is also another option. At the very least, getting the stone is a bad idea. Or rather, getting the bones, I should say. How much stone do we have thus far? 620? We get way more just from my mining deposits, to be quite honest. It's just finding a good cluster of them. Yeah, let's actually try and go back to base real quick. I don't think these graves are exactly what we're looking for. We need to find something way better. Let's warp back for now. Let's see. Okay. Huh. The iron cave outside of that area has plenty of stone nodes. Okay, so there are 3. Okay, perfect. Alright, I found one possible area where we can harvest stone, and that's over by the fishing lake. I don't know where specifically it is, I just know that there is, apparently, 3 massive stone nodes that we can actually harvest from. It'll give us around 600, but I mean, just going after, like, stone nodes here is gonna be way better for us, apparently, so... We just really just need to lock in and just harvest them like crazy. That's all it really comes down to. It's less an issue on my part as a... Well, it's kind of an issue on my part because I'm just ignoring the stone instead of going for it. But hey, this stone should be fine. In fact, there's a lot, so there you go. And I might as well go for the gemstone as well, because, I mean, it is still stone at the end of the day. It just has gems in it, so there you go. Gems, there we go. Okay. Hey. Now, if I'm correct, if we go into bear form, we can actually get these stone deposits. Oh, I meant to go bear form, not wolf. That is not a deposit of stone. Where's this? But there should be some somewhere around here. Just trying to find it. Alright, where are they? I just know that there is stone deposits somewhere around here. Okay, let's see. I don't see them, if there is any. And going this way is kind of a silly idea, so we want to avoid that area, if we can. Okay. I'm not seeing it, so... I guess I'm either dumb or... Oh, no, here they are. Here they are. Okay, there we go. Yeah, no, this area should be perfect for what we're looking for, harvesting-wise.
Material is too strong.
Okay, bear form. There we go. Hey. Okay, so that's how you do it. You hit the E, then you go for the grand slam. But yes, no, there's 3 nodes in this particular spot that go for plenty of stone, so as long as we use this area as a form of mining, it's actually really profitable for stone specifically. go. Go. And now that's 3 nodes worth. Nice. Alright, we should have gotten plenty of stone now. But just in case we didn't, well, we've got these. And typically the stone walls here give plenty. Okay. Just grab what stone we can, and hey, we're actually getting some significant amounts. That's good. Hey.
My blood reserves run low.
Oh, we're running low on blood. That's to be expected, though. Do we have our vial? Yes, we do. So we'll just consume that and get ourselves a 89 creature blood. There we go. That is going to net us tier 3. I guess we need to have a 90% blood if we want to go the extra mile there. No big deal, though. No big deal. Grab as much stone as we can. Okay. Nice try. Here we are. I suppose just mining it like this is probably for the best. Anyways. That is nearly 6,000 stone. Let's see if we can't make it 6,000. That way we can nail down 2,000 in each grinder, I suppose. Probably for the best, yeah. So 2,000 stone will convert into a lot of blocks, I believe, so. Alright, that should be enough. That's 6,000 worth, and against 3 grinders, that's going to get us a whole ton of bricks, which is exactly what we needed. And if we ever need more stone, we can always just come back to the fisherman hole, and that should get us a net 2,000 to 4,000 if we mine all the nodes, that is, with the rocks. So that is well worth the effort. Okay. Okay, well, I guess that's that. Four, 5, 6, there we go. Okay, there we go. 7, 98. 9. There we go, and 1,000. There we go, 2,000, 2,000. Okay. I had to do a bit of finagling there, but 2,000 of the bricks are going in. There we go. That is going to get us tons and tons of bricks. That will help with building. That's for sure. Let's just deposit everything away there. There we go. Alright, we need to upgrade the Castle Heart to Tier 3. And then we should be good with the Eye of Mortium. I guess the best course of action would be to handle Tristan at this point. Because why not? He is nearby somewhere around here, so he's over there. We just need to find him and deal with him, really. He's probably going to be one of the few difficult fights that we're going to have to deal with, but yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. As long as we play our cards right, we should be fine. Coverage is definitely going to be the most important, though. So things covering big swaths of land is probably ideal, like here.
Looks like I just stumbled across a kill.
Potion.
Die.
Nope. Okay, there we go. Nearly.
Die and stay dead.
Ow. See you later, nerd. Alright, that's Tristan dealt with. That means we got the Greatsword now. Not that I use the Greatsword personally. I'm not a fan of it. But, it's an option. And honestly, options are never bad. Alright, but yes, we've managed to deal with him. That's all I can really say. Did pretty well, all things considering. Did some base expansion. But we obviously want to do more. We just don't have the required materials on hand. Well, we're doing well, though, all things considering. Yeah, we need to get some better material here. Or Better bloods, huh? I don't see any bloods on this camp, but I can certainly take him out, I suppose. That's not a bad idea. There we go. Okay, grab what we can. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Alright, let's see. What does Tristan give us? We got a tier 3 blood spell, or blood points. That's going to also give us a great sword recipe. We also get blood hunger, which is actually allowing us to find certain minions. Sir Erwin, the gallant cavalier, is also going to be a very interesting take on an enemy. But he's not really necessary until we get ourselves a... Feeding the horse nutritious plants will improve their attributes. I mean, I suppose Erwin can be a target next, but not really the best target, I'm gonna be real with ya. Blood magic, let's see, what do we want? Heart Strike. Dash forward and strike enemies in a line, deals 150 magic damage, deals self for 150% of your spell power over 3.5 seconds. No blood, yeah. I kinda like the Crimson Beam more. Channel a beam of energy that deals 275% magic damage and inflicts leech to enemies hit, while healing allies for 200%. Heart Strike is just better in a solo playthrough. So, unfortunately, that's just how the cookie crumbles, doesn't it? A shame, but not unexpected. Alright, but I digress. We've gotten our materials. We just need to go back to home base, I suppose. Yeah, let's just head back to home base. Maja would be the ideal target next, if only for the fact that we will get research from her. So that's probably the best of the benefits that we'll get from her, among other things. But we'll worry about that later. I'm more concerned with just expansion and all that. Well, among other things, but I digress. Okay, deposits. We'll leave the rest as is. How much did we get while we were away? We got some bricks. I'd like to let that run for a bit longer before I start jumping the gun. Let's take the paper out. We'll take that to the research desk. And this. There we go. Did I learn anything new from here? I got Alchemy Lab flooring for free. And that's about it. Lovely. So Shadewalker gloves, I believe we've already got. Yep. So we'll just toss this book in. Recycle it for some paper. We are going to discover potions for sun resistance. That's the most important. There is another potion, but I'm going to abstain from learning it. We've got the Alchemy Lab flooring now, so now we can start producing potions using the Alchemy Lab, which is probably for the best. So we're going to establish a Alchemy Lab next. You know what? Consumable's probably for the best. We'll get Silver Resistance Brew. It's not the best tool, but it's there. So might as well use it while we can. Alright. Deposit what we don't need. Go. Alright. I guess we're gonna need to actually get that stone now. That's 105 stone bricks, that's not bad. That should be enough for another room, at the very least. How's the iron? That's pretty good. Yeah, 201. Man, that's a lot of iron. Okay. Oh, right. Hold on. Forgot one more thing. Grab that. Okay, there we go. We've now got our scythe. Probably the most, fun tool I've used. Alright. So we've already got coffin room. We're gonna need another room for jail cells, and then we're gonna need a room for the alchemy lab. So I guess alchemy lab goes here. We'll have the prison room on the other side. So let's begin building. Okay, so foundation. Right, so we want to do alchemy lab flooring. We'll go with this fancy flooring here. Here we go. For walls, we want a castle entrance here. We are running low on planks, of all things. Okay, so we just need to make more planks. So all we do is just go in here, get that sorted. Or at the very least, we need to get the planks out of here. Thankfully, we did end up processing a few, because I had a feeling that we were running low. Just wasn't expecting it so soon. There we go. But hey, now we have enough to fund the next room here. There we go. I suppose what I could do is I could set up a stairwell going up here in the middle instead. So that way I've got even more room to work with. This does mean I'd have to organize this a bit better, so that way we've got another setup along here. So that way we'd have to get rid of this, but we could align it so the gardens are on this side instead. But it is possible to make that happen. We'd have to make a better spot for the garden, I'm thinking. Definitely wouldn't be here, but I think we could move it over to the other base. Make that the farm, and just have decorations here instead. That might be for the best, in hindsight. So let's see. If we were, then we'd probably want stairwells facing this way, going up. So, stairwise. Yeah, we'd have to move this, though, is the thing. Or we could make it go this way and then have the throne on this side instead, which could work. Yeah, let's give it a go. Let me just put this here for now. Put this over to the side here. It is currently blocked by the loom, so... blocked by Castle Waygate. Put that. And by doing that, we've got ourselves a stairwell. Let's remove that temporarily, so that way we get a better one. Do this. There we go. That way we can just remove this stairwell. blocked by castle pillar and castle walls. There we go. Right, so make the foundation here. Let's see. We should probably do prison flooring here. Or better yet, let's swap prison flooring here and then get the minions on this side. Have the throne on this side and then everything else on the sides for now. So let's see. Prison flooring. What is it? Here we go. Prison flooring. There we go. Okay, wall it up. Okay. Got some wall, there we go. Alright. This is currently prison flooring. Okay. Okay, so currently that's set up there. What we want to do here is we just want to... What is it? Right, foundation. We want this to instead be the crypt flooring. Right, crypt flooring. So what we're going to do is we are just going to take you out. Quickly and carefully just take these out. There we go. Now all we do is we take crypt flooring and move it to this side. There we go. Wall it up. Alright, that is the... That's sorted. Now we go into walls, we go into Ancient Symphony Gate, put a seal there. Alright, that's minion sorted. Now for the crypt here. We go for foundation, go for prison flooring, stick with this flooring here. Like so. Up the walls. There we go. That's prison flooring now. We've already got the alchemy flooring, so we don't need to worry too much about that. There we go. And just line these up. Oh, it seems like the cages have gotten bigger, it seems. That is a little annoying, but not impossible to handle. There we go. And we just put these guys in here. There we go. But because of that, damage taken from blood extraction is reduced when in this. So we can extract blood essence, which is pretty interesting. We don't really need to extract blood essence, but it is there as an option if we want to do it. But yes, we've got that. We've now got this. Artisan table will be more important later on. What we will do is we will move this. Let's move it over here. Well, let's move it over here for now. Turn this. There we go. There we go. Take that. Take this. Bring it over here. There we go. Alright, that is some of the stuff dealt with. Before we continue on, we want to go over here. And what we want to do is we want to seal off this area by opening it up a bit. And just putting a wall here for now. Alright, there we go. We'll take this, put it on the side here, put a pillar here, and then we'll just make some foundation, basic flooring. There we go. Although I guess I could do some small pavement tiles instead. It'll make it look a bit more nice. Oh, that's for stone brick, though. Okay. Okay. Put that there. Yeah, I just don't know how I'm going to handle the seeds. Let's see. How do we handle these seeds? I guess the best course of action would be to make, I don't know, something. Growing pots. Let's see. We can do a 5x5 here. Or rather, a 3x5. That's a good start at the very least, and we won't have to worry too much about pillars getting in the way anymore. Because we've got the barrier set up here, so we might as well have this outside. Ideally, though, maybe move this so that way you can actually get in through here instead. So we're gonna go castle entrance here instead. Castle wall here. This does make it a little harder, given the fact that we will be dealing with the walls here. But that's fine. How do we want to handle this? I mean, I guess I could just make a whole row across. So, set up some production. Set up the growing plots just across like a, no, I don't like it that way, though. really inconvenient. I mean, I guess I can go 2 rows like this. Cut that out. Do it like this. There we go. So I have 2 rows there. And then have a similar situation here, but instead do 2 rows across here. There we go. And then if we ever want more, we can just stack them down here, but I don't think we need to go that far, do we? Alright. Alright. Alright, 7. 6. 5. 4. And then we've got 1 here, so we'll just take this, put that down. There we go. Done. So we'll have 2 plots of land for this. Eventually, we'll probably discard this entirely and find some other method. We'll take out the Mist Brazier at this point, because we don't need it at that as much. So we'll leave it at that. We will set up a castle entrance here, which we've already got. So all we need to do is just put in a door. And there we go. Alright, it's looking a lot better now. Of course, there is a few things that we can do to make it a little better here and there. Such as, we're going to need tailor flooring, as an example. Let's see. We've got workshop flooring. Let's see. Strip flooring. Yeah, we're missing the tailor flooring. We got workshop flooring, which is over here. Can't exactly fit the woodworking bench in. And honestly, I don't see a real use in getting the woodworking bench here, so we'll just discard that. Leatherworking is requiring a tailor flooring. We do need a bit of leather, and then we can make that silver thread bag, which is actually a bit of an inventory increase. Might as well get it, is what I'm thinking. I mean, it's there, so why not, right? Okay. You know, speaking of, we've actually got alchemy floor. So we can, put this in here. There we go. And we can get the blood room set up here. I believe we, when we did own a alchemy floor last time, we actually made multiple multiple of these blood presses. At least enough to process 4 at a time, I think, was like the original goal. So we'll have to lock in with that. Let's put this here. This can go here as well. So we're just ultimately shaping things up to look a bit better. Not perfect, but tailor flooring, it's getting better. Things are getting better. We may as well put the recycler in the treasury. That way we have options for what we're going to do recycle-wise. We'll move this, so that way we can put this in the corner here. There we go. This will make it look a bit more nice and fancy. We will put the research table right behind here, behind the stairs. For now. Coffin. We'll take that up with us. That is gonna go Let's just put it right beside our coffin, or our bench here. That should be good enough for now. And where was I? Oh yes, I was gonna upgrade this, wasn't I? Let's see. I guess I could also put the Castle Heart over here. Couldn't I? And then just have the Waygate there. Yeah, let's just move that there. We will then put flooring back. Castle flooring. There we go. And then all we do is just align this here. There we go. In fact, let's line it up like this, so that way we've got a bit more access going through. But yeah. Let's actually move it one block over. There we go. That way it's lined up nicely. There we go. Alright, it's starting to get flushed out, so that's good. Alright, lighting. We should probably do some of that, shouldn't we? Let's do Gothica, and we'll just do a nice vibrant yellow. There we go. That will light up this room for us. Okay. We'll do candelabra here, and then we'll use a nice green. There we are. Not exactly as vibrant as I want it to be, but it will be sufficient. Alright, but yeah, there you go. I guess the last thing on our list would be to get research done. But anything goes, really. How's our grinders going? 85? That's really nice. Mind you, we've almost ran out of the brick, but that's fine. Alright. So from here, all we do is we set up yet another. Do we set up another set of stairs this way? I mean, I could just set up another set of stairs, couldn't I? If I were to do this, I should move the stairs back a bit. But I kind of don't like that when it's done that way, is the thing. Ah, well. I'll worry about that later. For now, I'm just more focused on the building of another room here. We'll set up the walls accordingly. There we go. Entrance, there we go. Alright, so I'm not sure what this room is going to be. This will probably be the jeweler's room more than anything. Let's set up the doors. We don't need that. We'll just do a normal door for this. There you go. Saves us the trouble. It's only this room that needs the barrier. Alright. With that, that is the stone brick sorted. We are going to need more logs if we want to make way more. I guess I did do what I set out to do anyways today, which is get those, get the majority of the base set up. So yeah, no, we've got most of it set up. We still haven't got tailored flooring, so it's not like completely perfect, but we're almost there. We're almost there. Take all those and put them away. Tailoring, renewable, herbs. There we go. Alright. So, What is our next on our agenda? We are going to be taking out Magi, the Dark Servant. And I believe she is over here. So we're just going to go to this Castleway gate. And all we gotta do is just go and get what's-her-face. Shouldn't be impossible to do. Yeah, so we need to go over to here. There we go. Oh, most of it's a moat, huh? That's annoying, actually. Ah, well. Okay, our blood type is looking mighty fine. Increased healing and increased to all resistances. That's actually pretty good, now I think about it. Not bad, not bad at all. Regardless, we're doing well, we're doing well. So, I'm gonna make this the last objective of the day. We're going to be hunting, for the lady with the research. If we can defeat her, we are basically done for today. We do have a advantage in the fact that we got a Scourgestone Pendant, but of course we are still on brutal difficulty, so that isn't gonna mean squat if we can't take her out fast enough. So we're in a situation where we need to take her out as soon as possible. So Bone Explosion, Void is going to be our best friend. Alright.
Don't touch anything!
Alright.
Give me your life, my minion!
Nice try.
The exquisite suffering of a paper cut!
Okay.
Rise, demons! Accept these vessels! Flee, interloper! Death by 1,000 paper cuts! A sacrifice is required! Lend me your power!
Alright, there we go.
Here is the mandatory reading! A sacrifice is required!
There we go. There we go, got her.
You ruined everything!
Yeah, no, I didn't. You only have yourself to blame. Alright, there we go.
New knowledge acquired.
Unsullied Hearts, Magi the Dark Savant. That gets us the research that we need in order to develop ourselves further. Midnight Ball Gown. Nobleman Suit and Pants. Okay. So there's a few things interesting. We got a study now, so that's gonna be fun. We got an illusion spell. That's pretty good. We've learned all the first level illusion spells now, so that's good. But yeah, no, that's pretty much the bosses that I wanted to deal with. I'm gonna quickly take out these wood bits though. I want to see if I can get the sapling. Oh, there you go. Just almost immediately. That's good. I'm gonna see if I can't get another. Okay. Game really likes me, apparently. To get me the specific wood type here. There we go. Well, I did say I wanted to, so that should be enough, but... I mean, 3 is pretty good as well. Okay, the luck is coming around. Okay. Can we get a 4th? It'd be hilarious if we got 4th. But we'll see. Nope. Well, hey, there you go, 4. I guess they must have increased drop rates for special saplings like this. Because it's not very common to find those sorts of things, is it? I guess I'll go over here. No harm in doing so. And I think for today, it's a reasonable time to wrap up. But let me actually get somewhere safe before I do. I mean, we're doing quite well, all things considering. Okay. We'll just slip by through here, make it a bit quicker to get to. We're gonna need to get some more blood rose, but that will come in due time. I think we're actually gonna have to go for a harvest trip, I think, in order to get what we need. But otherwise, yeah, we're doing quite well, all things considering. Alright. I guess I can quickly see about getting to Castle Heart Tier 3 real quick. Why not? Let's see if I can't get that first, before I jump the gun. To get it, I need 24 glass and greater blood essence. So, in order to get the greater blood essence, all we gotta do is we gotta go into alchemy here, grab those, we'll grab the blood because we can. Alright, so put the blood away there we go. That's gonna fill that castle heart up nicely. Alright, in order to get the materials we need, we're gonna need to drop the unsullied hearts in. Alright, so we got 1 greater blood essence, so that's good. That means we've got the materials necessary for the majority. In order to get the rest of the upgrade there, though, we will quickly go over to the Vampiric Waygate and go over to here. So once we warp there, we set a position over here, because we might as well deal with the glass blower while we're at it, then. Right? Okay, we don't need to deal with you. Alright. We've got enough blood time to actually go through with this, so whatever. Okay. At the very least, this is going to get us plenty of quartz, so us doing this is necessary. For our own sake, even. Oh, that's a 71 warrior. We might as well take his blood type. I mean, why not, right? Why not benefit? Okay. Okay. Okay, let's grab what we can here. Overall, we're doing quite well. Okay, warriors. Eh. There we go. Not bad, not bad at all. Okay. Well, at the very least, we're gonna get the glass that we need, that's for sure. Or at the very least, the sulfur, quartz is all gonna get got. Okay. Gather what we can. Alright. Glass-wise, we've only got one of the four. So I'm not expecting us to get any much in the way of glass there. God. Okay, heal up. Okay, here we go. Alright, down a healing potion. This is gonna recover us to full. And now you gotta deal with the glass blower.
Looks like I'm about to make a mess. You're a real piece of work.
Alright. Ow.
Afraid of the heat? Impressed? This is nothing. What's a little cut? You're a real piece of work.
Ah.
Let's melt you down. Impressed? This is nothing. Shatter. These arms aren't just for crafting.
Damn. Damn. Okay, yeah, no, okay, the glass blower is a bit more dangerous now. Okay. Good to note. Good to note. I'm gonna have to take her out now, though. Now that I've got the groove on. Okay, so her radii for attack seem to be a... She's got a bit of a weird attack when it comes to those swings, but the glass baubles that she's been using now have been significantly buffed to where it's actually a bit dangerous to deal with. To an extent, anyways. I mean, getting behind cover or just being aware of your surroundings, like typical bullet hells, you know, it's not hard to dodge. It's just, I don't know. it's a skill issue. But that's just how it goes. And with how many updates this game has gotten thus far, it's like, there's a lot. Not in a bad way, though. Not in a bad way. Alright. But yeah, now I've got to take her out properly, so... Okay, here we go. Round 2.
Going up to my workshop, uninvited.
Okay.
These arms aren't just for craft. Let's melt you down. Impressed? This is nothing.
Oh, okay.
Shatter! You're a real piece of work. Looks like I'm about to make a mess. Can't beat the heat.
Okay, let's down a pot, just to be
These
safe.
arms aren't just for crafting.
Alright.
Watch for broken glass. A few burns build character. You're a real piece of work.
Alright. Ow. Out of pot.
What's a little cut? Feel the burn. Impressed? This is nothing.
Okay. Ow.
Watch for broken glass. Feel the burn. Impressed? This is nothing.
Okay.
Shatter! Afraid of the heat.
Oh
These
god.
arms aren't just for crafting.
Okay, heal up. Ow.
What's a little cut? A few birds.
Come on. Go. Huh. I was worried I was going to go down before the ice shattered, but I got lucky there. I really shouldn't have charged in like that, but whatever.
I feel stronger.
I got her though, so that's what matters most. Okay, that was difficult, but kind of fun. Well, it's always fun, but I digress. But for our troubles, we get blood rose potions, the crafting recipe for glass, and we've got up to 2 of the 4 glass that we need, so we still need to get some more. The best way would be to just gather the quartz at the very least, so that might be in our best interest. But we do get a lightning spell, and I think it's in our best interest to get ball lightning. Because ball lightning is a lovely spell to have. In fact, I think I used that combo when we were playing the game. For our first attempt of summertime suffrage. I could be wrong, though. I'm not sure. But regardless, we'll grab what we can here. Okay, there we go. Alright, we're up to 3 of 4 glass. The fire clear. All right. Okay, let's take the quartz. How is our quartz amount anyways? It's getting there. Getting there. It's not huge, but it's something. If we get enough, we should be fine on the glass department at the very least. Okay. Got the whetstone, because we always need it. Among other things, of course. Here we go. Not bad. Not bad at all. Alright. Not bad on the quartz department. Okay, let's see, how is our quartz? We're almost at 750, that's good. That means we're gonna get plenty to cook with. There we go. We're almost there, we just gotta clear out these guys and we should be good. And then we can go up and around. And then we should be long gone with 4 glass, hopefully. Which is just barely enough to get the upgrade that we need. There we go. Okay. But, hey, more quartz is never a bad thing, at the very least. We're gonna definitely need to make some vials of potions, though. I think that's gonna be our next thing on our list. Well, we did make a alchemy lab room, so there is the merit of that going for us. Here we go. Still only 3 glass, huh? Hopefully we'll be able to get the 4th bit of glass as we're going through here. Not looking likely, though. Okay, go over here. Oh, looks like everything reset. Good. That means roughly I can just go through here and get lucky. Already checked that chest. That's to be expected, though. Okay, well, here's a few more quartz veins. Worst case, we just don't get it, and we'll just deal with it. Okay. Still can't believe we are not getting the glass. Well, whatever. Oh, we got it. Perfect. Go. Oh, the glass maker is back in action, huh? Okay. Well, I'll leave her be. I've already dealt with her once. I don't need to deal with her again. Besides, I have the glass I need now, so I can just quite literally just run it out here. We don't need to destroy more than what we've done thus far. Besides, with this, we should be good to quite literally make our make the bottle supply that we need. We've already got 1 bottle technically, but we're still gonna have to use many, many more in order to get the job done. We're not gonna go the Geomancer way though. Although, now I think about it, I think we stopped roughly after we beat the Geomancer, last I recall. So, yeah, once we get to Geomancer, we'll be back into territory we're familiar with. That'll be fun. That's for sure. Alright. So all we do is just gotta get to a spot around here. Alright, here we go. Back to the Castleway Gate here. And with that, we've upgraded to Tier 3. That's going to give us 8 servant coffins to work with, 400 floors to work with. Got the Eye of Mortem. And construct and interact with the Eye of Mortem gets us to Jeweler's Chamber flooring, which is actually really good because that's exactly what we need right now. So that's probably where we're going to invest most of our work. I might have to move this a little bit further forward, just so I can take advantage of stairwell going. If I put a stairwell here, and a stairwell here, that would cover what we need. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. It really depends on how I want to handle it, because either way, it's going to be a tedious situation. I don't know. It's a lot to think about. Regardless, how is the furnaces holding up? We're basically almost through our supply of iron. I think now is the time to cut out the middleman. we go. We're gonna let glass process for a while. This is gonna give us a whole bunch of glass for bottles, which is gonna be a real nice addition. So getting back those glass bottles is worth it. Windows, we don't need to worry. Well, I guess we do need to set up windows, don't we? I mean, I did set them up for this particular reason, so... Alright. Well, we've got another reason for glass then, I suppose. Put our stuff away while we're at it. So now we just need to construct the Eye of Mortem, essentially. Go. Alright, production, dominance, the Eye of Mortem. We'll put that on our right side here of our throne here. Alright, interact with it. The Eye of Mortem will basically show us events that will upgrade our weapons significantly. We won't be able to access it much today, but
Recognize
soon
my
we will be able to
power.
access it. We can unlock Subdue, which is going to be interesting. But we don't need to worry about that yet. More so, we are more interested in... Alright, so Foundation, we want the Jewelry floor now. Let's see, we either go for this one, or this one. I like this. There we go. Alright. Here we go. Production. Alright, so crafting-wise, the artisan table is the only thing that really matters here. In this instance. Let's see. Castle-wise, do we have any library flooring? Is the question. It doesn't look like it. But hey, that's fine. We're doing really well on the whole craftsmanship here. So now, things are going to be cheaper in here. That's good, in of its own right. The only thing we've got to do now is just set ourselves up for the future, really. So let's see. I guess it's in our best interest to consider... I mean, I could put something behind a stairwell here and just make like a stairwell going up, which could be interesting, but it would look a bit wonky, wouldn't it? I mean, I could extend it one back and just do that, but yeah, that wouldn't look nice. There's a lot to think about when it comes to upgrading here. Before I do continue, let's actually check our blood thing here. Grab those. That's 800 blood. That's nice. Let's go into dominance. Let's make a few more servant coffins. I think it's high time we consider making some more servants. And who do I want to bring out? Honestly, the warrior and brute could probably go.
Your mind is mine.
Let's subdue
Bend
you.
to my will.
Let's bring you out and put you into coffin. This is going to give us another military tactics guy.
You will find fulfillment in
Which is good.
service.
So that's one military tactics guy. You're probably going to be the same, I would
Your
assume.
mind is mine to control.
Hopefully not, though. Let's see. You're actually a tenacious strength type. That's actually good. So that's going to reduce difficulty of certain things. So we'll just throw you in there. Alright. That's going to make things a little bit easier when we're on the throne. Or rather, when we're doing our things here. We're not going to abort this hunt. But, yeah, no. We've already got one in military tactics, I believe. No, it wasn't military tactics. It was tenacious strength, I think. So we're going to have 2 tenacious strengths and 1 military tactics. Military tactics will certainly help us against certain enemies, but not all enemies. But I digress. We got some decently strong boots, so that's good enough for me. I guess in the meantime, what we can do is, yeah, let's subdue you
to my will.
And imprison you.
Enjoy your stay.
Alright. And for you in particular, let's just get a blood potion. No reason to not. Alright, Twilight Snapper it up, and we'll give him a fierce... yeah, we'll just get him the fast, but I digress. Alright, overall, we're doing quite well, gear-wise. We could do with expanding our storage a little bit, I'm thinking. That'll have to be something we do later, though, I'm thinking. Alas, we're doing quite well. Before we do wrap things up, let's actually... Well, no. There isn't really a need to do anything more here right now. Let me quickly just grab the stone, though. Might as well just grab everything, sort things out. You know how it is. Alright, there we go. Done is done is done. Doing quite well for ourselves. Grab the leather while we're at it. Alright. I think that's it. So, as you can tell, we've managed to make our second floor entirely. We've managed to complete it, make it look flush. I'm still not certain if this is the design I want to go for. I'll have to figure out what we really want in the end. So what might end up happening is I might have to make like another stairwell here. And then I'll just start, I'll move this back one, and then I'll move, and then I'll set up a stairwell over here. And then just have it go up until we get to the throne, essentially. So what'll end up happening is there'll be probably a 2-block gap here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So this will be flush, then there'll be a gap here. It'll look a little awkward on the first floor, but I mean, with a bit of finagling, we should be fine. Because I mean, once this is moved back, like, we can then just organize the Castle Heart back into place, which is pretty easy to do, so it's no big deal. So all we'd really do is just set up the area, just make it look nice, and then we should be good. But I digress. Overall, it's all of it's set up, we're ready to go, and yeah, we've been doing quite well for ourselves. Next stream, what am I thinking of doing? Let's see, what do we have to target? We don't really need to challenge Sir Irwin at this point, I don't think. Yes, the horses would be a good idea, but we need the Castle Heart Tier 4 and interacting with it before we can actually touch on that. Which is a bit unfortunate, but in order to get Subdue, we need to do that. So, in order to get the horses, we'd need to get, you know... We'd need to basically go on a boss rush, and I don't want to do that just yet. But I digress. We're doing well for ourselves, so even if we did do a boss rush, we wouldn't be in too much of an issue. But what do we do? That's the question, because I didn't actually answer that, did I? I don't know. Let's see. I guess we could aim for dealing with Terra the Geomancer. Getting the Mountain Peak backpack might be best for us. Also getting a whole bunch of elixirs. Ooh, Claws. I don't think we've ever actually played with claws. This could be interesting. What else is there? I guess we need to deal with General Lena as well. And Gaius is also a target? Wait, hold on. I see. Gaius issues challenges and gives us the Twin Blades, which is, again, a new weapon. Alright. Alright. Okay. Interesting. Okay, yeah, no. What I'll probably do is I'll go and deal with bosses up to maybe level 60. I haven't decided yet. But before we can even do that, we're definitely gonna have to do a research station. So knowledge, we need to get some reinforced planks set up. So yeah, I think we're gonna be gathering a whole bunch of wood, grab a whole bunch of stone like before, and yeah. Sorry if I'm just rambling, but I wanted to just make sure I knew what I was going to do, so it's more so a note for you as it is for me. But I digress. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I know I did. And I will see you guys next stream. Take care, everybody, and have a good day.